Okay, so real quickly, we're just going to go over the hardware. You're going to want your D-rings, and you're going to want an adjuster. So for me, I'm using the 3/4 of an inch adjuster, but I am using vinyl, so my vinyl is a little too thick. So what I like to do is, I use these buckles from Emmeline bags, and I just take off the middle bar and use this as a strap adjuster. I will say that Emmeline now has 3/4 of an inch wide mouth adjusters. Before she didn't, so that's why I have a bunch of these on hand. So I haven't ordered the 3/4 of an inch wide mouth adjusters yet, so I'm just going to use the buckle. But you can get a wide mouth adjuster at a 3/4 of an inch from Emmeline bags. So you're going to want your adjuster, 2 of your swivel clasps, and you're going to want, let's see, you're going to want 6 strap ends. So you'll have, I'm going to be using strap ends on my handles, and I'm going to be using strap ends on my crossbody. So I have 6 3/4 of an inch strap ends, along with the hardware is going to be 3/4 of an inch also. You're going to want a zipper end along with 2 number 5 zipper pulls, and then you're going to also want 4 of the purse feet. I am just going to be using, I was going to use these mushroom ones, but I'm actually going to use rivet purse feet instead. So that kind of happens. Sometimes I change what I want to do at the last minute, so I just remembered I had those, and it'll be a little bit easier. So real quickly, we'll just go over the pieces. So you're gonna want your handles, if you're gonna put handles, or your crossbody strap. So I have both of these here. You're gonna want your strap connectors for your hidden strap. You're going to want your main exterior, and I have interfaced this with SoFuse Plus. This can be found in my on my website. The link will be in the description box, along with the pattern, and I will also be adding the other tutorials that were made by other YouTubers in the link, or in the description box. This here is the piece for the card slots. So you're going to want that piece for the card slots. It is done already. However, I did a video already on this, which will be put in or edited in the middle of the, when we get to that part. So you're going to have your side panels along with your bottom. You'll want your bag exterior. This is going to be interfaced with Decoville light. And then you're going to have your interior main. The measurements for what to cut your pattern is in the, or what to cut your pieces in the pattern. So I'm not going to give those out. You have your zipper pockets along with the zipper facing, and then you have your lining along with the 2 Peltex. I am using waterproof canvas, so I do not have to worry about interfacing. However, if you are going to interface, you can interface with SoFuse or SF101 if you're using a cotton. And you can find SoFuse and SoFuse Plus in my website. Like I said, the link will be in the description box. So let's get started. So the first thing I like to do is I want to just kind of do my straps real quickly. So we're just going to add some oops. I normally like to use 2 pieces of double-sided tape on my handles and my straps, but I kind of got out of order. I'm using double-sided tape from Tandy, or not Tandy, sorry, from Waywack. The 1/8 of an inch tape that I'm using is from Tandy's Leather. So you're gonna have your strap connectors. Now we're gonna do our handles. I'm just prepping, adding the double-sided tape. I'm just going to want to add it to the edge. Just to make this quicker, I'll just use the 1/2 inch. I just find if I put 2 of the 1/4 inch on the end, I'm able to place it on a little bit easier at that 1/8 of an inch. Oops. Okay, so now we're gonna add the last one to our crossbody strap. And our strap is already marked at center, so you wanna make sure that you mark your centers on your strap. This is a 3/4 of an inch strap, so you're gonna mark your centers at 1.5 inches. Just making sure that it's as even as I can make it. Whoops. Uh-oh. This tape sticks to everything. Okay. So. There we go. So now we're just going to fold in all of our straps. So I'm going to start with these strap connectors because those are the easiest. You just want to fold it right to the center. And this one here, we're going to butt up our edges as close together as possible so that you can't really see that line. You won't be able to see it anyways when you are adding this to your bag, so it's not a big issue if you have a little bit of a gap. Okay. And then I like to just use this little strap roller that I have to just kind of really get those down. So you'll have these 2 strap connectors, and now we're going to work on our handles. And for these here, we're going to be folding it to the center and then folding it again so that there's no raw edges seen. So what I like to do is I like to leave about 1/8 of an inch from that line whenever I am folding my piece down. And this is why I like to add that 1/4 of an inch at the end of my of each side. It's just easier to fold it here. So you can see where, let me zoom out in. You can see where I have the line and it's not fully to the line. It's a little bit back, that 1/8 of an inch. This will just help so that I don't have any overhang when I fold my strap. So when I fold it, it's going to be nice and even. And I'll show you what I mean after I've put this down. Okay. So you see I have that gap right there. So now when I fold my strap, it's even right here. There's no overhang. It's not like this. You can see it's nice and even. So I just grab some clips and fold on the edges. And normally what I like to do is I always like to start with my straps first, just to get them out of the way, because by the time I'm done with the bag, I'm super excited at how it came together, that it's nice to already have the straps done and I can just put them on. Just my preference. So we're gonna do the same thing to the second handle. Still going at the 1/8 of an inch, and this is why I like to use the 1/4 of an inch, because if I use the 1/2 inch down the middle, it's not exactly even sometimes, so it may not stick very well, like on the end here, because I put most of it on the other side of the line. So that is just, I'm just very nitpicky. So some people like the look of the overhanger. It doesn't bother them. So now we're going to do the same thing. Just going to add straps to hold it together. So there we go. And now we're going to do our long crossbody strap. So I'm just going to let this hang a little bit on the edge. And just like I did the other ones, I'm still doing it at that 1/8 of an inch. And there we go. Just going to keep on making my way all the way till I get to the end. And I'll flip. We will attach the other side, and then we can start stitching. Okay, and now I'm just gonna get my now we can just fold and clip. Just going to continue clipping all the way down every so often, or you don't have to clip if you are confident. Like I said, I am a perfectionist, so I do more than I probably should. Okay. So I'm going to actually put on my 1/8 of an inch foot, or my edge guide, my top stitching foot. I normally keep this on my cylinder, and I just take my straps over to my cylinder and I will stitch it on. But since I'm videoing this, I'm going to just go ahead and bring my foot over to y'all. All right, so now we can go ahead and top stitch. Let me just move out a little bit so y'all can see what I'm doing. And I like to put my stitch length to like a 5, a little bit past the 5. I'm just going to stitch all the way down. And we're stitching this at 1/8 of an inch from the edge. I'm just going to keep going until it's all top stitched on one side, and then we're going to go down the other end. Okay. So there is my strap. It is done. Just checking it. Looks good. You can set that aside. And now we're just going to do the same thing to our handles. Alright, so there we go. We have our first handle done. Now we can move on to our second handle. Pretty much just doing the same exact thing. Okay. I just like to cut off my tails just so they don't get sucked into my machine, because my machine likes to suck up the thread tails if they're too long. Okay, so second handle is done. Set that aside, and now we're gonna do our crossbodies connectors, or the strap connectors, sorry, or the crossbody connector. Okay, just gotta go down this last side. Alrighty, so there we go. We have our connectors done. Now we can move on to our bag bottom. We're going to be adding our purse feet in. Okay, so you're going to want to grab your bottom piece your bag bottom piece. So you're gonna want to grab the bag bottom. Mine is interfaced with Decor Heavy, and a ruler. Because now we're going to be prepping our purse feet. So you're going to measure for the purse feet placement. You want to measure 1 inch from the bottom stabilizer, which is right here. So the bottom of your decor. Let me see. I might have to adjust y'all. Let me see if I can. There we go. Okay. Grab my smaller ruler. So you're gonna want to measure 1 inch in from the long edge, and we're gonna go 3/4 of an inch up. So 3/4 of an inch. And 3/4 of an inch. Flip it and do the same exact thing. Just want to make sure that it is somewhat even. So here we have our placements marked. And now I'm going to punch some holes in. And I'm going to press my purse feet in. So I am using these little purse feet from Lux Hardware. So here we go. I'm going to change my purse feet out to my bigger feet so that Alright, here we go. So there we go. Uh-oh. I have my purse feet installed. And I'm gonna go ahead and I don't have to worry about adding any Decoville or any duct tape because they're rivet in, so I don't have to worry about my hands getting cut or anything when I'm turning the bag. Okay. So now you're going to want to get your exterior pieces, and we're going to match our ends up. Oops. So it really only fits one way. So you can see here that one side is slightly longer. You want to attach it to the one that is the same length. I'm actually going to find my centers. It'll be a little bit easier. Just because sometimes we don't cut straight. Find centers on my pieces here. I'm going to go ahead and find my centers on all sides. Okay, so now that my centers are found on all my pieces, I can match up my edges. I'm just going to match my centers. And we're going to stitch this down at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And I'm going to put my foot back on. Okay. And we're going to stitch this down at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I did put my foot, or my, I'm going to put my stitch length to like a little bit past a 4. Okay. I'm just going to stitch this all the way down at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is you're gonna open up your seam here, and you want to cut off the vinyl part only. So you want to cut off this layer here to 1/8 of an inch. So it should look like this once you've cut it. And now we're going to top stitch. And I'm actually going to put my stitch length back to the length that I like it. And you want to make sure that your seams are being pushed down toward your bottom. So you want the seams facing this way when you top stitch. You're going to top stitch at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. There we go. I'm gonna fix my foot real quick. It's a little bit crooked. There we go. So we have our bottom top stitch, and we're gonna do the same exact thing. We're going to match our sides that match, so they should be the same length. And you're just going to match the centers. This is why I like to match my centers, so that I know that everything's going to be nice and even. Whoops. Okay, and we are going to stitch this at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Down, making sure we back stitch at the beginning and end of each stitch, or of each from the start and end. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to open up our seams, and we're going to cut off that bulk of vinyl like we did the other side to that 1/8 of an inch. Alright, so it should look just like this again. So you have your seam here. You want to make sure that it's pressed down, so it should look like this. So it should be pointing into your bottom. And now we're going to top stitch. All the way down at the 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right, so now we have both of these top stitched. I'm gonna and we are going to find your centers. At this point, you can find your centers if you haven't already. I just need to find the centers of my bottom panel. Because we already found the centers of the top panel. Or I already found this. Do the same thing to my other side. Find my centers. So I'm gonna find my center right here. And I just like to do a little triangle within the seam allowance. And then I can double check to make sure that my triangle here, if you can see, right here, I've already put a triangle or a little snip for my center. And that is still my center. It's nice and even, so perfect. My centers are good. I found them on both sides, so you're gonna want to find your centers for the middle here for your bottom piece, along with the top pieces on each side. Now you can set that aside. And we're gonna want to grab the interior main panel. So grab your interior main panel right here. Okay, so now we have our interior main panel here. We are going to find the centers of our long and short edges. So we're going to find the centers here. And now our long edges, so you're just going to match your center points here. Okay, so we have found our center points on our long edges and the short edges. On the wrong side of our interior main panel right here, we are going to align our grid ruler, or our ruler, to the centers right here. So we are going to line it up. There we go. And we're going to mark the center line right there. And now we are going to measure 1 1/4 in from each of these long edges. So we're gonna, so I'm gonna zoom y'all in. So we have our center mark, and we're gonna go 1 1/4 inch from each side. So 1. sorry, we are going 1 1/4 from the long edge. So just line up. We're gonna go 1 1/4 here. Just marking all the way down. Do the same exact thing to the other side, marking or going at this 1 1/4 inch. Okay, so we have our 1 1/4 inch markings. And we are going to measure 1 1/4 inch here. And I'm just going to put a little line because you want to stop your lines right at the 1 1/4 inch from the top. Because this is where we're going to stitch. Okay, so you should have a box just like this. And now we're going to go 1 1/2 inches from the center here. So 1 1/2 and 1 1/2. So you should have a box like this. So you have your center point here, 1 1/2 inch from the left side and 1 1/2 inch to the right. And you'll have those placements. Now, you're going to want to flip this over here. And we still have our centers. I'm going to trade out my... So you have your center, and you're going to remark out those lines that you just made. So there we go. And we want to make a 3-inch line. We want to mark a 3-inch line that's approximately 1 inch from the center. So let me see what's... So I'm going to go 1 inch from the center here. Let's see. You want to do a 3-inch marking, a 3-inch. So let's see. sure. I'm going to flip it and do a 1 inch on the other side. So I'm just making sure that everything is nice and even. Another approximately 3-inch line. Okay, so you should have 2 markings here, and that's where we're going to add our double-sided tape. You don't have to, you can just add the double-sided tape right onto it if you want to. I just find marking it to be a little bit easier for me, because then I can just place it down. Same thing here. Okay, so we have our double-sided tape on. Now you're going to want to grab your main panel, your interior main panel. Oh, sorry. You're going to want to grab your interior main panel along with your bag exterior. And you're going to place your bag exterior right sides up like this. Yes, you're going to place it right sides up. And first I'm actually going to find my centers for both my bags. For my bag exterior. So I'm going to find my centers. So I'm just finding my centers on my long and short edges. These are just extra steps that I take because I just find that it gives me, it just makes it a little bit easier. So I'm going to match my centers up here. I'm going to grab my ruler. You want to place this 5/8 of an inch away from the edge. So pull off your tape, but don't press it down. So I'm just going to go 5/8 from the edge. Sorry, maybe that will work. Okay, so 5/8 from my edge is where my ruler is at. Oops. Let's just make sure this is nice and even. Okay, so we're at 5/8. And I have my centers marked so I can see where it's supposed to be. I'm just making sure that my center is lined up. And there we go. And now you can just check to make sure that it's 5/8 of an inch on both sides. Is so let's double check this side here. Okay. So we have our piece. And what it's going to have you do is we are now going to stitch down our boxes. So what I like to do is I actually like to go down and do the big box. And then I come and do the smaller box. So I'm going to put my stitch length, and we just want to follow the line. I'm going to start in the center, and I want to make sure that my needle is down. All right. Make sure everything stays. You can use painter's tape if you want. And just following that line that we marked. Okay, and now we can go down this line here. Making sure you backstitch the beginning and end. Okay, so we have our piece stitched, and now we're going to cut out this line here, or this box. And you're going to want to cut it about 1/8 of an inch away from the stitch line. So what I like to do is I just like to go I don't go too close. I can get my scissors once I'm done to cut the rest of it. Oops. And see, you want to be super careful because I definitely cut through the line. I've cut through my line, so I'm just going to restitch real quickly. And now I'm just going to finish cutting with scissors. Okay. There we go. We have our box cut out. This is how we're going to birth the bag and turn it right side out. So now we're going to make our 3/8 of an inch box on the corners of these on the corners of the smaller piece. Be careful not to accidentally mark on your. Okay, so you should have 3/8 of an inch boxes on each of your corners here. Okay, so now that we have drawn our 3/8 of an inch box, we're going to grab the exterior piece and we're going to add the interior part inside, and we are going to start clipping. So this is why I like to put my or mark my centers or snip my centers. It just makes it easier to add this onto my oh my goodness, cannot think today, to make sure that it's nice and even when I clip. Okay, so so when we are matching this, we are going to be matching the interior main. We are not matching this part. So if you can see, I have this layer here, and then I have this layer on top. They're right sides touching. So I'm going to push this bottom layer out of the way, and I'm going to match my top layer. And so what I like to do is I just like to add I like to match my center and my quarter point, and then I just add extra clips to the side so that it does not shift on me. Clip my center, making sure I move that bottom exterior out of the way. And there we go. Okay. And we are going to do now we can just go down the rest of the way. So what I like to do is I will clip one side, sew it up, and then I will go ahead and clip the other, and then I'll do my ends the same way. So I'm gonna just start on this side right here. So you want to make sure that this bottom piece is out of the way. You don't want to accidentally sew this up. So if you can see here, you can see right here that it's flipped down. This just keeps it out of my seam allowance. And this is also why I like to add a few clips just on the other side so that this doesn't shift and I know that this is going to be centered correctly. So now we are going to stitch this at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. We are going to start right at the corner of the 3/8 of an inch box that we drew out. Okay. I want to make sure that you reinforce your stitches. So you want to make sure you back stitch the beginning and end. And then we're just going to go all the way down at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. You just want to make sure that you feel that your bottom piece is not folded in any way into this seam allowance, because you don't want to accidentally stitch it. I'm just making sure everything is still nice and even. And just like we did at the start, we're gonna stop at that 3/8 of an inch box that we drew out. So I'm gonna back stitch. So there we go. We have one side done. Now I'm just gonna do the other side. So I'm going to clip all the way down, making sure that my bottom piece is out of the way. I'm just making sure everything is nice and even. And I just like to really make sure that the edges line up, because this is crucial in making sure that your exterior panel is a nice rectangle shape. So you really want to make sure that you take your time on this. Because it will really make a difference on your finished bag. So, just like I did before, I'm just kind of bringing my needle down so that I can see, just because my walking foot doesn't have an open toe, so I can't really see where my needle is at. So I like to just put my needle down to make sure that I'm right where I want to start. So we are going to start right at the corner of that box, just like we did for the previous side. So we're gonna take a couple stitches and then back stitch. We want to make sure that this is nice and reinforced. We're just gonna go down at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, making sure everything stays nice and lined up. I'm also making sure that if I adjust, that my needle is down. That way I don't accidentally tear out my fabric from the bottom up, which I've done plenty of times because I forget to sink my needle down. I don't have a needle positioner, so I try to make it a habit. Okay, so right at the end here, just like we did to the other side, I'm going to stop right on that corner, back stitch, and then we are done with our long edge. So I'm just going to clip these extra threads here. So just clip them out. And so it should look like this right now. So I'm gonna zoom y'all out real quick. Okay. So this is what it looks like right now. Now we're gonna do the same thing to the short edges. So for this side, I just do one side at a time, just because since these are already stitched down, you don't have to worry about this shifting at all since it's already stitched. So I like to start with my center, and I do the same thing. Add a couple clips on each side just to hold it in place, and then I will add my next clips. Okay, so you should have this side clip kind of like I just like to make sure that these edges here are somewhat aligned. Okay, so we are going to do the same thing. Start right where your last stitching was at, right in the corner of that box, just like we did on the long edge sides. We're gonna stitch this at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, just like we've been doing. Okay. And now we're going to go down at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Making sure everything stays nice and lined up. When I'm adjusting, I'm making sure my needle is down. Okay. So here, I just want to make sure that everything is aligned. My needle is down. Okay, there we go. So it should look like this. And now we're going to do the same exact thing to our other side. Making sure you push this away. You only want to do the top layer here. So we're not attaching to the bottom, just the top. So I just make sure I push it out of the way so that it doesn't accidentally get clipped. You don't want that. So. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our stitching on our other side. So we're going to start at that corner box that we drew, at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And I'm just making sure. There we go. Just gonna make sure everything stays aligned. Making sure that I can feel the bottom piece. I don't wanna, sometimes it will slip underneath, so just make sure you're feeling it with your fingers. You can feel if it gets in your seam allowance, the bottom part. Keep going until I get to Alrighty, so your bag should look like this now. So now we're going to align the raw edges of the seam that we just stitched right here. And we're going to clip them together. So I'm going to start right here on this one. So you're just going to pretty much just get it and just align it to here. So just like that. Just want to fold it over. So we want to grab a ruler and a pen to mark, because we're going to line up the 45-degree angle. So I have an Omni Grid here, ruler, so I want to line up my 45-degree angle right here on the edge. So you want to align, and I find it easier if I have it pointing towards me. So the point is pointing towards me. I just want to make sure that this is as even as possible. Grab the 45 degree, so my 45 degrees right here. Let me zoom y'all in. Okay. So this angle is going to be pointing towards me, so you want this point, like I said, to point towards you. And I'm just gonna adjust. I want to make sure that everything is nice and even, just the edges here. I have found that if this is not even, it's okay. It will work itself out. So here is my 45-degree angle. It's this middle one right here. And I'm going to grab some of this painter's tape so that you can kind of get a better gauge of what I'm talking about. So this is the 45-degree angle with the painter's tape. So what I'm going to do is I want to line up my 45-degree angle with this stitch line. So you see where the stitch line is right here? We are going to line up that 45-degree line with the edge here. And so what I like to do is, if you have this overhang right here, you just want to make sure that you kind of just gauge which one. I normally just go with the top one, so I just put my line with the top versus this bottom one here. So I'm just going to put my 45-degree, and you want to line it up. You want this edge here to go right up against your stitch mark. And my stitch, I'm just going to put a little mark here. This is where my stitch ends. My stitch ends right here. I'm going to mark my 45-degree angle, making sure that everything aligns. I'm going to mark, so you should have a straight line that goes down. Oops, sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to double check, make sure that it's all nice and straight. Just want to make sure that you don't get any shifting. 45-degree, and then you can kind of just check it by making sure that you have a 90-degree angle. So I just use And I do, so perfect. So this is good. And now I'm going to continue okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and stitch down here. If you want, you can just continue marking your edges, but what we're gonna do is we're now gonna stitch on this line here. You just wanna make sure that you have a 90-degree angle and that everything aligns. So I'm just going to readjust, and then so I have my 90-degree angle, and I'm gonna go ahead and clip so that it doesn't shift. And we are going to stitch. I'm gonna move y'all back out. And now we're gonna stitch right on that line. And you wanna start where your stitch line is at. So I'm just making sure my needle is right where my stitch line is at. Sorry about that. I'm normally used to my phone being on silent mode. Okay, so I'm gonna go. You wanna make sure that you stitch and that you back stitch very well at the beginning and the end. You really want to make sure that you have it nicely reinforced right here. Okay. So it should look like this, and now we're going to do the same exact thing to all the other edges. So I'm just going to clip. I'm going to align my 45-degree angle. And then you can just double check to make sure that it is a 90-degree angle. I'm going to add an extra clip just to hold it in place for me. And we are going to do the same thing we did to the other side. You're going to want to put your needle at the start of your stitch line. Making sure you back stitch very well. And we're gonna just continue doing this to all sides of the bag. So just aligning this. So just align your bag. Okay. Good. Okay. sometimes, like I said, if it is a little off and I'm not getting a 45-degree or a 90-degree angle, I will just flip it to the other side. And align my 45-degree mark there to see if that will help get me that 45-degree angle. And there we go. So if you're finding that one side isn't, if the top one is not giving you that 90-degree angle, you can try the other side if you are like me and it's a little uneven. And that's just how I fix it. And then now I'm going to go ahead and stitch this now at that corner. So I'm going to make sure that you are stopping right where your previous stitching is at. And back stitch. And I'm going to do the same exact thing to our last end. So I'm just going to lining this up right here, and this one seems to be the most even of my ends. 45-degree angle. So I'm lining my edge up to that angle. Okay, you can see right here that the top one is not going to give me a 90-degree, so I'm going to line up that 45-degree mark with the bottom. And that should give me a 45-degree angle. Or a 90-degree angle, sorry. Yes, and it does. So now I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm going to stitch right on that line right there. I'm just going to add another clip so that it doesn't shift. Okay, and just like we did, we're going to put our needle down and follow that line. All right, so there we go. We now have all 4 of our corners marked at that 45-degree angle and stitched. So each corner should be stitched at that 45-degree angle. And now what we're going to do is you want to grab your little cutting mat if you have one, and you're going to We want to trim off three-eighths of an inch from the edge of each one. So you're gonna want to grab your scissors. I like to have a nice rotary cutter right next to me. And we are going to line up that 3/8 of an inch mark to your stitch line, and we are going to trim. So you should have a piece like this. You should have a small little piece and then a big piece here on the end. And we're going to do that to each corner. So we're going to do a 3/8 of an inch, and then we will do one more clip for a little bit extra bulk that's on here. And I'll show you once we do all this. So we're just cutting off all this excess here. Okay, so we have 3/8 of an inch here. We can put that in the trash. And now we're going to trim off the corner piece. So we just trimmed off that 3/8 of an inch from the stitch line. And now we're just going to trim these corners. So just a little bit. Make sure you don't cut your stitching. Just trimming off these corners. Okay, so now that we have, sorry. Okay, just gonna close my computer because that's where that's coming from. Now we are going to trim off, or we're not yet, sorry. Now we're going to mark so that we can trim off some of this excess in here. Some of this excess right here on the back side. So we are going to, once again, grab your ruler that has a 45-degree angle. And we're going to mark so that we can trim this. So we want to line the ruler up first here. So you want to line your edge up. Let me zoom y'all in. Okay. So you see the stitch line right here, and you probably can't because I use a So this stitch line here that goes all the way across, we are going to line up this edge with that. So we want to line up that edge. And mark it, just like that. So you have a mark right there. Now we're going to align the 45-degree angle here. So you want to align this 45-degree angle with that line that we just drew. So this is my 45-degree angle. It continues going, and we want to align it I want to align that 45-degree angle. Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, there we go. So we are going to align the 45-degree angle. So I have, let me unmark this because this is where it gets a little tricky. So now I'm going to align it with the 45-degree angle on the other side right here. And I'm matching it up to the stitch line. And now I'm going to go up. So it should look like this. So you should have kind of like a diamond shape, and you're going to do that to all sides. So I'm just going to do the other side. And so how I like to do this is I like to do each step at a time. So the first thing I'll do is I'm going to go and I'm going to mark all of my straight lines. So I'm just going to line up the edge of my ruler here. And mark my first line there. And I'm just going to do the same exact thing to each side. So I'm starting with lining up the top stitch line. Okay, and now that we've done that, we are going to do the 45-degree angle one. To line up that 45-degree angle with okay. Sometimes I have to figure out what way I'm supposed to put my ruler. It can be a little tricky. Okay. So now we're going to do the same exact thing to the other side, and we're just going to be marking these 45-degree angles. So let's see. Okay, so there's one angle, and we're just going to continue going until all of your angles have been marked. And you're lining up that 45-degree angle here with your stitch line. Okay, so now let's double check that we have so I have all of my marks on each side. you can see here, oh, that one is not marked, so let's real quickly, we just mark it. I have my 45-degree angle here. So there we go. We have our markings, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna trim off that excess. So you wanna push back your vinyl here, or your leather, or whatever it is you're working with. I'm gonna zoom in. And you wanna go about 1/8 of an inch from your stitch length. So I just like to, so where your stitches meet in that corner, you want to leave just a little bit. You don't want to go all the way. So you can see where I left some. We're going to do the same thing to the other side. Scissors are a little dull, so we're just gonna go all the way around and continue on, making sure you push out this piece here. You don't want to cut that. You want to leave the vinyl. You just want to cut the outside.
I'm not sure I understand.
Whoops. Activated my Siri. Alrighty, there we go. So our corners are snipped. You can see here. And now we can add our double-sided tape. And on this part here, I like to do my double-sided tape all together. I just find it easier. So I will start with the edges here. You just want to put double-sided tape on the flaps here that we just cut. So now we are going to add double-sided tape along the edge of the exterior right here. Okay, so and it's just right above your stitch line, so pretty much on the raw edge of your panel. I'm using a 1/4 inch tape, double-sided tape from Waywack. I absolutely love their tape. I do have an industrial machine, so it might be a little too strong for those who have a domestic machine. But to be honest with you, I would go ahead and invest in some of this just for steps like this, because this double-sided tape is used to hold down your the seams. So you want a nice strong double-sided tape, and I'm just making sure that I have double-sided tape on all sides. I do. Okay. And now we have one more place to put double-sided tape, and it's going to be on the inside. So you can either put it on the inside on the vinyl, or you can put it on the inside of the fabric. You just want to have this so that it stays closed also. So you're just going to open up the seams and put it on the inside right here. So it doesn't matter if you put it on the top or bottom. For the inside, you just want this to be able to close shut. We want these seams to be nice and flat. This will help us get a nice look on the outside of the bag. It won't cause any lumps. So I'm just alrighty. Just continuing. Okay, so you should have double-sided tape on the inside seams along with the outside bottom seams and on your corner seams. So you should have double-sided tape on the outside bottom seam, in the inside of your seam, along with on each corner you should have double-sided tape on each side. So each side has double-sided tape. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to take off the corner tape from the sides, so for the corner sides. I'm going to zoom y'all in. And you're going to want to open these flat and push them down. You want to get a nice corner. You're going to do the same thing to the remaining 3 corners. You just want to make sure it's nice and flat. This will ensure you have a nice point on your outside. So, if you need to, just kind of adjust to get a nice point. Here we go. We're going to do the same thing to our last corner here. Pull off that double-sided tape. And open up these seams. There we go. Okay, so now you can see each corner, the seams are pressed down. Now we are going to start on the outside bottom piece. And I like to just run my finger and push down the seam. And now I'm going to grab the bottom double-sided tape on the short side and put it down. I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to go around each side till I have both long sides pressed down, and then I'm going to do the middle seam double-sided tape. Okay. And now we're going to do the inside middle, so you can see here how it really flattens it out, because if you look, if we put down that seam here, you can see where this is wanting to flip up. So that is why we add that double-sided tape into the middle. Just so that these seams are completely flat. Okay. I just like to really ensure that it is as flat as possible. So there we go. Your piece should be like this. There is the option to add duct tape, which I'm going to do. So I have industrial machine, so I'm not too worried about if I get it in my seam allowance. But I will say that I did find it quite helpful if you made sure that this went down, it stuck, because I did have a hard time with the duct tape on my last bag where it would get stuck when I was putting the interfacing in. So you want to, or the Peltex, so you want to make sure that this is nice and your duct tape is stuck down well. And you want it so that this bottom side here doesn't lift up. I'm going to go back and I'm going to just kind of clip these corners here because I want to make sure that I can get a nice point. So I don't want any of that duct tape in the corners. Okay. There we go. We have our duct tape on. And now we're going to turn this right sides out. You want to be super careful when doing this. So okay. So we are going to carefully pull it through this hole here. So you're just going to grab a corner of each and carefully turn it through. I'm going to grab the inside here, do the same thing. I like to just push my corners in with my fingers, and then I can reach through there and grab it. Okay. So now that my bag is out, I'm going to grab a chopstick, and I really want to make sure that my corners are pushed out, but you also want to make sure that you don't accidentally pop through the corner. You don't want to pop your stitches or anything. So I'll use my finger to get the corner as much as I can out, and then I will go back with my chopstick. I'm just really making sure that my corners are out. So I put my finger in, and you can see here where it's not fully out. I just like to get most of it with my finger so that I don't pop through. And then I will just get my chopstick and really push out that corner. There we go. So I'm gonna tear some of this duct tape out so that I can get a nice clean So I'm just making sure that all my sides are nice and flat so that I can for some reason, this one here, my pen, my black pen, is getting all over the place. Okay, and what I'm gonna do, which is a little bit different than the pattern, is I'm going to go ahead and kind of already place my I want to already place my nameplate in. Or at least my markings. Because I want, so you can kind of see what the bag is going to look like. So this is so far where we're at, and I absolutely love it. Now we're going to be adding in our side panels, but I'm going to go ahead and, this is going to be my, they both have, need to grab a wipey. Hopefully I can get some of this pen off. Yeah, okay, perfect. I'm just using some rubbing alcohol. Some of my pen, like I said, my pen smeared, and it's all over my bag. So I just want to All right, let's see. Let's make sure I don't have any more anywhere else. Okay, perfect. All right, so no more pin marking or smears on my vinyl. Oh, actually, some right here, so let me... I'm gonna clean off my desk. Alrighty. So now that we have our exterior turned right sides out, we can now figure out what's going to be your... trying to decide if I'm... just want to decide which side is your pretty side. Can't decide if I want to put it up here. I just know that last time I stuck it up here and it was super hard to get in. I wasn't able to use my wasn't able to add in my metal washer piece. So I'm trying to decide if I want to struggle with that again. Guess I'll wait. Okay, so we already did the strap handle, so that's nice. We don't have to worry about that right now. Let's go ahead and mark the hole punches that we need to do onto the handles. So you're going to want to grab your handles here. So we got one handle, your second handle. And we're going to measure and punch a hole at 1.5 inches from each of the raw edges here. So grab your ruler. First thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to even up my edges on my straps, make sure they're nice and even. Okay, so there we go. I have my raw edge, so we're going to go 1.5 inches up. Zoom y'all in so y'all can see what I'm doing. 1.5 inch. So I'm going to do the same thing to the other raw edge. One and a half inch from the raw edge, and now we can go ahead and punch. There we go. So we have 1.5 inches punched from the raw edge side of each of our handles. Okay, now we can grab our strap connectors because we're going to be adding our strap connectors. Okay, so you're going to want to grab your strap connectors along with your D-rings. I'm thinking I might use triangles instead. So I'm going to grab the triangle strap connectors. Never mind, I forgot I don't have any 3/4 of an inches. I just have 1 inch. So we're gonna do the D-rings. So we can set our main panel aside. So let's go ahead and set our main panel aside. And you're gonna wanna grab your side panels. So we got our side panels, and once again I got paint mark or pen smears on it, and I think I know the culprit of what pen is doing that. So I'm gonna make sure I don't use it anymore. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to trim off some of this extra interfacing. I did end up going back and redoing my side panels. So I have a layer of Soap Fuse Plus on my vinyl along with a layer of Decoville Light as a stabilizer piece. So I just wanted my side panels to be nice and stiff. So a layer of Soap Fuse Plus and a layer of Decoville Light for my side panels. Okay, so now that we have done our strap, we're going to move on to our strap connector. So we already top stitched the sides, and now we are just going to put the side panels with the side connectors. So I'm just going to find my centers. For my tops and bottom. So I'm gonna find my center. Sorry, I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner. Okay. And we're gonna find the bottom here. Okay, so we have our center. On both. Okay, so now our centers are marked on the top and bottom, and we are going to I'm going to mark my center. Alright, so I have my centers marked on both of my pieces. Now I'm going to go ahead and measure. We're going to use the center line that we just drew, and we're going to measure 1 1/4 inch down from the top curve. So from this top curve here, whoops, you're going to want to go 1 1/4 inch down. So 1 1/4 inch. 1 1/4 inch, and we want to make a 3/4 inch line. So let me zoom y'all in. So we're gonna go 1¼ inch from that top. And we want to draw a 3¼ inch line. So just double checking, make sure it's 1¼ It is, so we have our line. Now we're gonna measure down 3/8 of an inch from the line we just drew. So we're going to measure down 3/8 of an inch from the 3/4 of an inch line, and we are going to draw a second line that is going to be 3/4 of an inch. So you should have 2 lines just like this, and we're going to do it to the second line also, so 3/4 of an inch. We're gonna go okay, so we have our 2 lines marked. And now we just want to connect them. So you just want to make sure you have a V-shaped line, and we're going to cut open the top. So making sure that you leave the bottom open. You don't want to cut the bottom, you just want to So we are just doing the side panels. Or the sides. And we're going to leave the bottom open. So you want it like this. And I start small, I don't cut the full line. I like to start kind of small. I just want to make sure that it's a nice tight fit. I don't want it to be super loose. So I like how that fits. this fit. So I'm gonna go ahead and do my second one. Okay. So you want to make sure that when we're doing this part here, that you have your line, where the raw edges is going to be facing up. You want that to be facing up. And you want about 3 inches. So you want this to be about 3 inches up. So I'll just okay, and you're gonna want to put your D-ring in. Do the second side. Make sure it's about 3 inches. Okay. And we're going to stitch right here at the top as close as you can to that edge. So I'm going to zoom y'all out. You want to stitch this like at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and you want to make sure that you don't stitch past your connectors. So you want to make sure, if you can see here, I stitched as close as I can to my connector, about 1/8 of an inch. And I stayed within my connector because you don't want to go past, because you'll see this whenever you flip. So you want to make sure you stay, let's see if I can. So that's where you don't want to go back past, because if you fold it over, you'll see the stitches on the corners or the sides. Then we put our connector in. And clip. So I'm just making sure I like how it's gonna look. I just clip it and make sure it's gonna sit nice and flush like that, and that's how it's gonna be for the hidden connector. And so I'm gonna set this aside, and we are gonna do the same exact thing we did to the other side to this connector. So we are just making sure this is about 3 inches from the top. Okay, and now we are going to stitch as close as we can, just like we did to the other side at 1/8 of an inch. Making sure that you don't go past your strap connector. Okay, and now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put in the strap connector through the other side. And adjusting it, making sure, whoops. Okay, you just want to make sure that your connector is straight. And now you're going to stitch this as close as you can. To your D-ring, and I'm going to go about 1/8 of an inch, so it's about 1/8 of an inch. where you can stitch right onto that line that you drew. I'm going a little bit above. Making sure you don't go past your connector or your strap connector. Okay, and there's your hidden connector. Now we're going to do the same thing to the other side. I'm just adjusting. Making sure it's nice and straight. And we're going to do the same exact thing. We are going to stitch right on that line or slightly above, making sure you stay on your strap connector. Trim off your excess. And you have your second connector. And in the pattern it has you stitch the corners down. I just tuck mine into the side. I haven't had an issue with them coming out. So I just tuck them inside here. So here's my strap connector, and I just tuck those corners into the center. So you have this connectors here. You can definitely stitch it down or get a hand needle and stitch it if you prefer. So I just tuck them in. And now we are going to measure 1/4 of an inch from the stitch line here. And we're going to add a rivet. So we're going to do 1/4 of an inch. I just want to make sure it's nice and straight. Okay. Do the same thing to the other side. Okay. Grab your punch and punch your hole. Do the same thing. have a hole punch. Grab a rivet. I'm going to use a medium-sized rivet for mine. And now we can go ahead and set the rivets in place. So I'm going to grab my guys. Okay, so my rivets are set in my connectors, my hidden connectors. Now we can add our straps, our side panels, our exterior side panels to our bag body. So you're going to want to grab your bag body. This is called the main exterior now. And we're going to add it to these panels right here. So I'm going to add my clips to the side right here. And then I'm going to start on one side of my panel. And I'm going to match my tops. And then I'm going to ease the seam in, making sure that I push this out of the way. So you want to make sure you push your exterior fabric out. And I'm just going to go all the way down. Just going to add clips, making sure everything is still lined up. It is. I'm going to move this part out of the way, and I'm going to start on my other side. And I'm going to clip just like I did for my other side. I'm just easing my seams in, making sure I move any bulk. just keep easing these seams in, the seam allowance in. And then I'm gonna go ahead and grab my stapler, and I'm going to actually staple my corners or my curves right here, just within the seam allowance. I'm gonna do about a little less than a 3/8 of an inch. So I would say probably about an 1/8 to a little bit, maybe a scant 1/4 inch. And this is just to help hold this together. Just making sure that everything fits in. And if it doesn't, I just take the staples out and re-staple. So I'm going to clip these real quickly so it doesn't shift. Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna go ahead and add some staples up here. It's looking good. Okay. That should be good enough. And now we can go ahead and stitch this panel on. We're gonna stitch it at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And you wanna make sure that these pieces are out of your way. All right, let's get started. You wanna make sure that you okay, 3/8 of an inch, making sure that you back stitch. And making sure that if I need to adjust, that my needle is down. I really want to make sure that I get a nice round bottom. Just going as slow as I need to. If I need to, hand cranking to help me get through the curve. This will help make it look nice and round. So there we go. This side is done, so you can just pop your hand in there, see how you like it. It looks good to me. So now I'm gonna do the same exact thing to my other side. So I'm gonna grab my panel, my side panel. I want to move my exterior out of the way. I'm just gonna kind of roll it. And then match my centers. On both sides. This will just help to hold it. And then I'm going to start on one end. I'm going to start on this side. Okay. I'm going to clip. And then I'm just going to make my way all the way down this side panel. So I'm just going to continue clipping, and now I'm going to go ahead and do the other side. All right. And just like the other side, I'm now going to clip it or staple it. Do my other side. All right. We're going to start at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Just want to make sure everything is nice and aligned. And now we're just going to go 3/8 all the way around, making sure that your needle is down if you need to adjust. Okay. Go slow around these corners right here so that you get a nice rounded corner. Hand crank if you need to. can put your hand through here and see if you like what you see. You can see if it's nice and round. You can see if there's any puckers inside. I'm not seeing any. So I'm going to go ahead and start pulling out my... I'm going to start pulling out my staples. I just need to grab... Going to pull out my staples on both sides. Making sure I didn't leave any in, and now I'm going to move to the other side. Okay, so there we go. I have my side panel stitched. Now we are going to go ahead and trim up the curves. I'm going to use my pinking shears just up against the curved part here at the bottom. Okay. I'm going to do it to the other side, and then I'm going to trim down my seam allowance. Okay. I'm just going to grab my regular scissors, and you're going to leave about 3/8 of an inch, or 3/8 of an inch to, I would say, about 1 inch. So you're going to leave about 1 inch from here, and you're going to trim down that seam allowance here. Just want to leave about approximately 1 inch from the top. Making sure you don't cut through your stitches. You just want to eliminate most of that bulk from your corners, or your side panels, sorry. Okay, perfect. Now you want to turn your bag right sides out. Being careful not to pop any of your seams. So there we go. flatten out your bottom. Making sure everything sits nice. So there we go. You have your outside pretty much done. Now we are going to work on our lining. So let's put that to the side. And now we're going to start. Now we're going to do the card slots. So I'm going to take you over to my ironing board and we're going to iron the card slots and do the fold. So you're going to want to grab your card slot piece along with the guide pieces. And you're going to need, there's going to be 4. You're going to have a card slot folding guide A, a card slot folding guide B, a card slot folding guide C, and then also a folding guide D. So you're going to want to get the 4 pieces. I use chipboard, so what I do is I just pretty much trace it on or cut the chipboard to the size that it says on the pattern. You can find those sizes in the pattern pieces, so make sure you grab that. And if you want to make the chipboard pieces yourself. So I just find that these are really good with the steam. It doesn't warp as bad as the cardstock, so that's why I use that, and they're nice and durable. So go ahead and grab those pieces and let's head over to my sewing or my ironing board. Okay, so now we're going to be doing our card slots. What I like to do is I like to go ahead and make these cardboard templates for the card slots. I find it just a little bit easier to work with. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to grab your card slot A. And we're just going to open it up. So we have one short side right here to the right, and you're just gonna line up the card slot folding guide A, and you're going to line it up right to the top of your piece. So you just want to line that up to the very top. And now you're just gonna grab your piece and you're just gonna flip it over to the right, and you are going to iron it. Whoops, and I'm sorry if I hit my camera. And we're just ironing that so that you get a crease. So you should have a crease just like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and mark this. You don't do this in the pattern, but this is just so that y'all can kind of see what I'm doing, because I know that this part here could be kind of confusing because you can't really see the mark on camera or in the picture. So this mark here is on that crease that we just made. Like I said, you're not going to do this. And my card slot is lined with Sophie's Plus. So now that we're done with that, we are not going to be using this piece anymore. So you can just set that aside. The only time you need that is for when you're first measuring out this part here. So now you're going to want to grab your guide B. So you're going to want to grab your guide B. And we're going to open up this. So you're going to have the long piece to your left and you'll have this short piece to your right. And you're going to get this card slot B right here. And you want to line it up right to that fold that you made, that crease. So as you can see right here, I have the white line. That is what you're going to match this up to. And now you're going to fold that over to your right, making sure that this is nice and even. So you just want to make sure that these are lining up. You can move this up if you need to. And then you want to just iron it down. You can use some steam if you want to. So now you have another crease right here, and you can kind of see it. So what I'm going to do is, just like before, I'm going to go ahead and mark it just so y'all can see the lines easier. So I'm just kind of marking it. This, I can wipe this off later. And so I'm just going to real quickly press one more time. So there we go. So now you have a slot. It should look like this. So you have your first line here. This here is just going to be the fold to make the the slip pocket for your phone in the inside, because it does not have a slip pocket. It is a card slot slip pocket. So now you're going to want to grab your card slot folding guide D. Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure I'm not missing it. I feel like I'm missing it. Okay, so now you're done with the B, and you can set that aside. And now you're going to want to grab your card slot folding guide C. Yes. And what you're going to do is you're going to have this closed right here. So this is from when we did card slot B. We had it in here and we folded it over. You're going to want to get C, and you want to line it up to the end here. And now you're going to fold over and iron. So it should look like this now. So this is that first crease that we made. This crease here is just for the slip pocket, so you don't have to worry about that. This is the crease for the B guide that we did. This is the crease for the C card slot, and then now you're gonna get D. You're gonna line it up to your edge here of your this fold here. So this fold here is what we're going to line up the card slot D guide. And I like to use the chipboard for my I like to use a chipboard for my, I like to use a chipboard for my card slot guides because it's a little bit more durable than if you use like a piece of paper or cardstock. When you are using steam, it kind of warps, and this is a little bit more durable in the fact that it does not warp when you use steam. So now you have your card slot D folding guide, and it's going to be right up to that C fold that we did, or crease. And you just want to line it up as best as you can, and then you just want to make sure that these raw edges right here match the raw edges on the bottom. You just want to make sure that they're nice and even. So I just kind of make sure that these are together. And that is first. So there we go. We have that D that we just did, and now you can pull that out because that part is done. And now you're going to grab card slot C, and you're just going to keep on going between the two until you have 4 of these tabs. Just going to go to C, pull it out, grab your D slot, and you just want to, just like before, align it to the top of that fold. Make sure it's nice and even. Do the same thing. And I just make sure it's nice and even, and then I just will hit it with steam so I get a nice good crease. And like I said, just going to keep on going between the two. And you're going to fold it up here. And just make sure it's nice and even. And then I hit it with some steam to get a nice good press. And we're going to do the last part. You should end on C. And just make sure it's nice and lined up. There you go. You should have 4 folds. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let me see if I can zoom y'all in so that y'all can see what I mean. So, these are the folds, and this here is that first crease that we did with the A folding guide, and that is just going to be where we fold for our slip pocket. So we'll fold for our slip pocket right here. You'll sew along the edge, leaving this open so that when we go to put it on, we don't have any raw edges. But the back side here, the back side here is going to be the slip pocket, and then you'll have the card slots in the front. So your card slots should look like this for right now. And then you're going to go to your machine, and you're going to top stitch each of these folds here individually. So you don't want to top stitch because then you won't be able to put anything in. Of course, I'll show you. So we're going to head to my sewing machine, and we're going to go ahead and top stitch these. Okay, so now that we have did the card slot and iron them down, we're going to top stitch them now. So grab that over to your machine, and let's go ahead and top stitch the card slots. So we're just going to top stitch at a 1/8 of an inch on the edge. You're going to pull it back and you're just going to top stitch each of the folds. You want to make sure that you open up the card slots. You don't want to top stitch leaving this open like this, because then you won't have any card slot openings at all. So and now we're going to top stitch the last one, the last card slot. Alrighty, so we now have our card slots top stitch at the top, and now we are going to divide it so that we can have 6 card slots. So for this one here, you want to open up this piece. You do not want this piece to, you don't need to mark this piece right here. Grab your chalk. I'm gonna grab my chalk real quick. Grab your marking pen. It can be anything. And a ruler. And we're going to measure 3 inches from the side of the card slot here. And we are going to align with the top of our card slot fold. So our card slot fold is right here. Let me go in. So this is the first card slot here. You want to align your ruler with that, along with the edge right here. And you're gonna measure 3 inches in. And just mark all the way down, just like that. So you'll have 3 inches from the edge. Now what we're gonna do is you want to open up your piece so you have it open here. You're gonna wanna grab this and flip this under like this. And we only want to stitch all the way to this fold here. So we have this fold on the back. And so what I like to do is I like to just kind of, so I'm gonna put my piece back up and I see where my my fold is. It's right below this top stitch here. So we're pretty much gonna stop right about here. For that fold, yes. So we are going to stop right below that piece. So just for clarification, our piece is currently like this. Now we are going to make our card slots. So what you want to do is you want to grab your card slots here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 folds. And you're going to want to flip this under so that it looks like this. Okay? So your piece should look like this. I'm just gonna... And we're going to stitch all the way down, just a little bit past the top stitching that we did on the last card slot. I'm just going to make sure everything is nice and aligned. My line is straight. I'm going to do one back stitch, and then I'm going to go forward. We're going to pull this out. And now you're going to want to fold this up here. So you'll have your fold. Okay, make sure it folds down nicely. So it should be like this. You're going to want to bring your piece back up. So we stitched it down like so. So you'll have this part here. However, let me trim this. So now we're going to, this is the fold for the slot pocket or the back side. So we're gonna just bring this back up, and now we are going to stitch starting where we stopped and going all the way down. So we're gonna all right. In the pattern, it has you tie off so you don't see your back stitching. In most cases I would, but this bag is going to be mine, so I'm not too worried about that. So now you have your card slots done and all stitched all the way. So what I like to do is I just like to grab, I just have a extra like a gift card here, and I just like to make sure everything is nice and aligned. Let's see. Yep. And I kind of want to just make sure that I have enough room on the sides for if I do, when I close my slip pocket, that it will has room for the card slots. Okay. So we're going to fold the card slots and we're going to trim off a 1/2 inch from the bottom. So this is the fold, the crease that we made with guide A. I have it marked so that you can see what I'm talking about. You're going to want to fold down just like that, matching the raw edges. You already have a crease there, so it should be fairly easy to mark or to do this step. And then I'm going to clip my sides here so that I can trim off that 1/2 inch. So there we go. This is done, and I'm gonna grab my I just want to make sure that everything is ½ inch is what we're going to cut, so trimming off that ½ inch from the bottom, making sure everything is still nice and even. So there we go. We trimmed off that ½ inch, and now we're going to stitch the sides and go in just a tad. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just start just a little bit before where my interfacing is at, and that is where I'm going to stop, so that I have a turning hole. Oops. Okay. So we're going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so we have one side done. Now we're going to do the other side. So like I said, I'm just going to start a little bit before where my interfacing is, and then I'm going to back stitch. We're going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch. Okay. And now we can trim. I'm going to trim with my pinking shears just so I don't have to worry about fraying. There we go. And we're gonna turn this right side out. I like to grab my chopstick and just make sure I don't poke through my seams. Same with my bottom part here. Just push that seam out. For that corner, I'm going to do the same thing to my other side. And real quickly, I'm going to press this so that it is nice and even. So I'm going to wait for my iron to heat up. It was on a different setting. Okay, so I just want to get it nice and flat. So there we go. We have the card slot pocket right here. And now we're just going to top stitch right here at the top. You want to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So you have your sides top stitched right here. And now we're going to attach it to our lining piece. So grab one of your main lining pieces. And we're going to measure 1 inch down from the top. So I'm going to find my centers first. So find your center so you have a nice centered. There's cardstock in there. Did you change the?
Yes.
Sorry, my husband's in here doing some stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to find my centers. I'm going to go ahead and also grab the second main lining piece so that I can get the centers for that too. And there we go. Set that aside. And we are going to measure 1 inch from the center right there. So I can see where my center is because I have a crease. And I'm just going to line up this center here of my crease. There we go. And you can clip if you want. I'm going to clip my bottoms here, and I'm going to clip the tops right up here. Okay, and we're going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch. We're going to stitch this at 1/8 of an inch on the side all the way around, leaving the top open. Right. So there we go. You now have your card slots, a nice slip pocket right here. There you go. With a nice large card slip pocket right here too. So there we go. This piece is done. We can set that aside. And now we can move on to doing our zipper facing. And then all we have to do is just add our zipper and we are almost done. So I'm going to grab my zipper facing. And my 7-inch zipper. Like I said, I like to cut my zippers after the fact. So, or don't pre-cut my zippers. I just find it a little bit easier. Okay. Going to use some heat to seal my ends of my zipper so it doesn't fray. And I'm going to go ahead and add my zipper pull on my bag. Okay, so I have my zipper pull on my zipper, and I'm going to add my zipper to the side of it. I'm going to find my centers of my zipper. I'm just going to put a little snip, and then I'm going to seal it with heat so that I don't have to worry about it fraying. Alright. And now I'm going to find my centers for my pocket piece. We're going to, you should have two pieces, one that is longer than the other. And we're just going to base this at 1/8 of an inch. You want your zipper facing, you want your zipper pocket facing right sides up, and then you want your zipper to be right sides up also. And I'm just going to match my centers and clip in place. There we go. And we're going to base this at 1/8 of an inch along the edge. Okay. And now we're going to do the same exact thing to the second piece. I'm going to match my center. I'm just going to clip, making sure it's all nice and even. And same thing, baste this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Alrighty, so now we have our zipper, just like this, will be open. And we are going to grab our zipper facing now. We are going to measure a 1/2 inch down and centered for the zipper facing. So you have your zipper facing, you want it, actually let's find the center of our zipper facing, 1/2 inch down from the edge here. Add the center. And we are going to draw a 5-inch line by 1/2 inch. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to draw my pocket first. So you're going to have your zipper here. So it needs to be 1 inch up. So let's see what this is. My center. So this is 1 inch right here. And I'm using a zipper template from Tops and Bobbins. It's just easier for me. One inch. Alright, here we go. 1, 2.5, 2.5. That will be a 5-inch. And alright. So now I'm just gonna add my box. This will just help 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch. There we go. Okay, so you should have your box drawn. It's going to be a 5-inch box. Grab your main lining piece right there. So we are going to let's see. We are going to place this zipper pocket a 1/2 inch from the top. So it's going to be right sides down and a 1/2 inch. And we're gonna stitch around this box. I like to just stitch on the sides and not do the short ends of my zipper box. If you want to, you totally can. I'm going to put my stitch length to a 3. And I'm just gonna follow my line. Making sure I back stitch at the beginning and end of my stitch. And now we're going to do the same exact thing to the other side, starting right on that line. And now, I'm just going to trim off this excess threads here. Grab my cutting board. Cut down the center. Go as close as you can without going over your stitch line. There we go. So I have that. I'm going to pull this through now so that we can press the seams down and add in the zipper. I'm just going to roll the seams in my fingers and just press since I am using a waterproof canvas. And 15. Just want to if you see any puckers, what I like to do is that just shows that I did not go far enough to my, so I'm just gonna go there we go. Alright. That should be better. So yeah, so you can see the puckers are gone now that I cut a little bit more. So if you find that you're having these puckers right here on the corners, just go back and just cut just a tiny bit more to the line without cutting your stitches. That will help open up and release that pucker from the fabric pulling. So now I'm going to grab double-sided tape. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do my top piece first. Need to go down a little bit more. I went too far up. So just fiddle with it until you get it to your liking. I like to use a 1/8 of an inch double-sided tape to hold it down. And then I like to do the same thing. So you can actually just go ahead and put both sides on. This is what happens when you use chunky so there's that, and now I'm going to open this up and I'm going to put down my other piece. Make sure everything is nice and centered. There we go. Okay, and so what I like to do is I do mine probably a little bit different. I like to start on the short side, go around, down, and then I will flip open my next piece and top stitch down at the bottom. So I'm just stitching 1/8 of an inch down. Making sure I back stitch. And now you want to pull up this part here. So that you can top stitch the bottom section of your zipper. There we go. And now we have a nice size pocket. So now we can even up our pockets. I'm going to take about 1 inch off. I don't want the pocket too deep. Yeah, so I'm going to take off probably about an 1.25 inches from where my and now we're just gonna close our pocket, and you can close it at 3/8 of an inch. So what I like to do is making sure that your lining is pulled out of the way. You don't want to accidentally stitch that. And I'm stitching this at 3/8 of an inch. And then right when I get to the bottom, getting close to the bottom, I'm going to fold up my bottom piece at like 1/4 of an inch. This will just help when it comes time to top stitch my pocket close. So 3/8 of an inch. Making sure my lining is out of the way, but that my zipper facing is still pushed out so that it can catch it, and then I can trim any excess that I have. Go. I'm just going to trim off a little bit of the side. Trim some of that corner off so there's not a lot of bulk when I go to turn my bag and top stitch my pocket close. Okay, so there we go. We now have our zipper pocket is now completed. We can go ahead and grab pocket. And now we can go ahead and grab our zipper to finish our bag.